Okay, testing audio. Okay, sounds alright. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Scourger of Hesitancy, where we are going to continue making a game with no game engine. What we're doing today, we sort of started this on Thursday, and then Friday was compiler day, and then Monday I wasn't feeling well, so we're finally picking back up with eliminating the audio pop at the end of every sound, which is annoying. And if we get this right, we'll never have to write another line of audio processing again for this game, probably. Yeah, maybe not quite true, but this is like the thorn in my heel here. It's getting very annoying. So let's get our beverage of the choices ready, and we will get started. So things we looked at include the output of the audio data we're putting into our audio buffer. And at the end of that sound, there is indeed sometimes as much as half a buffer full of zeros. So one thought I have is, what if but I have sounds that have more than one audio buffer worth of zeros at the end of the sound itself. I'm not even padding out that much. So I know that the last multiple buffers potentially are zeros. In fact, that's something we could maybe check. Two, we copied down an example file from the port audio examples, and it's entirely outside my application. So if my application is doing something bad, that should isolate the issue to being on my side if I can manufacture a situation in that case. So that's two lines of inquiry we can pursue today. So let's break those up real quick. One, log any all zero buffers that get written. Okay. Maybe we also want a buffer count index. Could be helpful as part of that logging. Two, command line example for audio website. Print to play a sound. So one thing we're looking for is if the answer is to write out one more buffer after the sound is over that's just full of zeros, that's something I can at least jury rig and make work. If it's writing multiple zero buffers at the end and then it finishes, that obviously won't help. Two, the command line is, like I said, entirely separate from my application. So if I read a WAV file and play it, if they don't have a pop at the end, then it looks like it would be my problem and not like a driver or system interface issue, which would be a port audio problem. Outside of that, I don't have a lot of ideas for how to pursue this, so it's just going to be kind of an exploration sort of day. These often feel very unproductive because you're not writing productive lines of code, but you are trying to understand a system that isn't yours. So let's get to it. Let's start with the first one. Logging zero buffers is easy. Yeah. So what we need, signal data. Let's just put a buffer count in here, and buffer count. Reset. Where does reset get called? Reset. Signal data dot buffer count equals 0. Okay. So in the stream callback, if we are complete, if we're not complete, increment buffer counter. Boolean all zeros equals true. And down here, if LV equals 0 or RV equals 0, then all zeros equals false. If all zeros we'll just go ahead and log that as well. Log note buffer modulus D is all zeros. Data point to buffer count. Yeah, so I was sick Sunday, slowly recovering yesterday, so we just played games. The Witness, it's actually quite good. I like a good puzzle game. There's a few things about it that frustrate me a little bit, but I guess that's just part of the experience, right? Be sure to note last buffer is all zeros. Oh, sound complete. Under those D buffers. That will give me all the data I need. Yeah, we had a knowledgeable user in the chat on Thursday. Made some improvements to our system. As we run this, ooh, right value, let's see. Okay, let's see. Set but not used. What are you talking about? What do you do to use it? Use it right here. It's inside the loop. I've got to move it outside the loop. Okay. Shell source builds debug. For Sleuth, I'm going to. Where is my sandbox? Okay. We should do a full clean and rebuild, I guess. File, clean, debug. Leftover release artifacts, looks like. Okay. So it turns out that audio engineering is not my favorite thing to do. It's mostly not bad, but like hunting down why there's this little pop, that annoys me. As far as I can see, you call the APIs the way they're described, and it should just work. That's the reason I have any dependencies at all. There are some things I did not want to deal with. If I have to get into Windows level programming, I just don't want to. But I guess I can. I don't feel like that I need to for this game. There's my sandbox. Oh yeah. So we're looking at latency things, sample rates, etc., etc. Okay. I think letters. If I hit the key C, that's one of the best ones. Huh. Okay, obviously we did something wrong. Oh, return. Yes. We'll get there. When you put computations after the return call, it just doesn't do the same. I'm afraid it was not C. Holy smokes. So before I even log the sound being played, it's playing buffers of stuff. $13. Huh. What other sounds do I have here? It's like a ding or something. So the click has no empty buffers. Wow. I do not understand this. Chime. Buffers that are all zeros. Like, that's not even all the buffers. So, what the... This like all the lead-up buffers before the audio actually starts playing. Okay, I do not understand what this thinks it's doing. Say, assume that all buffers are 0. Not at the end. Get a left value and a right value. Get it out of our PCM sample data. Sound index. It means that we actually have a sound that we're pointing to. Update our outputs. Oh. Right value not equal to 0. There we go. Woo! Inverted logic. I'm still a little fuzzy today, apparently. Streamer brain combined with not fully recovered from whatever cold. Okay, sandbox. What was that? B? Sure you heard a click at the end of that one. I might have to crank up my audio. I don't know how much you guys can hear. We'll pop at the end of that. It plays a 0 buffer for a long bloody time. Which makes sense. If you look at the chime waveform, like, let's see here. We did this. So adding 1 0 buffer at the end is not going to help. Let's see here. Let me go find that chime. Then we'll share it. Its waveform. Project word sleuth assets. Sounds. Chime reveal. So let's see here. Then OBS to show Audacity. There. So this is what it looks like, right? It plays. We play chime here. Let's see. You see on OBS. Yeah. So we play chime here, and that plays on for, gosh, almost 2.5 seconds. Then it's all zeros for almost another 3/4 of a second. Maybe. What if we output our time? Can I output time? Do I have enough information for time? I need to see what's in this data. Hmm. Okay. Not helpful. All right. Egg timer. I do have an egg timer in there. We can. 0.6F? 0.6F. Data point to egg timer dot elapsed. I think that's what it's called. It's elapsed. Sandbox. That was not the one we wanted, but that's okay. Which one was it? C? Guess it's A. Okay. So, wow. Yeah. That's a lot of zero buffers at the end. So, the whole audio from Audacity is less than 3 seconds long. Well, yeah. And it stops writing meaningful data at 2.25, right? So 2.25 seconds. Sure, a little later, it's going to fill up the first buffer or two. We're getting all zeros. That plays all zeros for a while. So from the time I mark complete, it's still filling up buffers for it. Interesting. Like twice as long as the duration of the sound itself. I know my log functions are probably wreaking havoc, but Okay, well, we can log this more intelligently so we get less distortion of time. Um, last non-zero buffer. Point to buffer count. Sound complete. So many buffers. Modulus D last non-zero. Data point two last zero buffer. Double last non-zero time. So we're not logging a whole bunch inside of our callback, which is in a thread. So data point to egg timer dot modulus 0.6f. Data point to last non-zero buffer time. Okay, so really we only get this. This much time the sound is completed after modulus D buffers, of which last non-zero buffer happened at this time. You only get one log statement, and it's only at the very end. So let's see how that compares to what we've got going on here. It could be they were introducing enough delay with the log statements to make some weird behaviors, but B, right? Nope. Chime. Click. Yeah, that plays on for another 3 seconds afterwards. 224 was the last non-zero buffer, so it goes on for another double. 2.87. Why does it play? Anyway. Small click. And then it spends another half of its time, not too much time again, filling more buffers. Twice as many buffers. I don't like that. When did we get the end of it? At the time we send, we're complete. The time that that end callback is called. Click, about 3 seconds. So problem one, this is going twice as long as what I estimate, and it's literally twice as long. Therefore, I've done some math wrong somewhere. Set file. I get the data from the warehouse to say, tell me where to look you up. What's my PCM data, which is 2 bytes each. It's left, right, and relieved. PCM sample count. When I say get size, that's in bytes, isn't it? Oh, okay. So problem one, the first. Two bytes left, right. So it's per frame, really. One frame is all the audio you need to play in both the left and right ear. This actually makes some things much better. Sandbox. A max samples. Maybe I'm not calculating max samples right. Sample count, sample offset, maximum samples. The sample count is literally the number of samples, not the number of frames. Set duration. PCM sample count divided by 2 for left and right. Happens in set duration. Maximum samples. Sample rate times duration. Mm-hmm. So my duration is being halved. Which I think is correct. Sound is 2.72 long. Why can't I pan? There's gotta be a way to pan. Oh, come on, Destiny. It's all zeros up to 2.92 change. Is that the last blip I can see? 0.68. Click. It plays out twice as long as I want. Okay, I'm doing some math wrong somewhere. When I open a file, not open a file, it's not a file, it's a storage of data. I get the index, I get the PCM data, which is interleaved 16-bit integers. I say, give me the size. Okay. Tools, embed, wave files. Data size. Chunk. Data chunk. Offset. Read file, find riff, find wave. Offset 12. Read a chunk. Number of samples is the sound size divided by 4. which is really the number of frames, sampled frames. Sound size. It's the chunk size. The chunk size is bytes. It's got to be in bytes. Total number of bytes in the format, subchunk, and blah blah blah. Total number of bytes. Okay. Right bin is working. Is right bin working? That's a good question. Go into source sound warehouse. Let's go look at the chime.wav. Hello, chime.wav. Search for the next sound. Okay. What is this little tidbit at the end? That's a lot of zeros at the end. That's what I would expect from this audio file. This I do not expect. Okay, let's look for the next. There's junk at the end. Okay, I don't like that. There's junk at the end. 143, 165, 145. 143, 165. Oh, that one's got zeros at the end. So which one is that? Song? Wind.wav has junk at the end. Whoosh 1 has junk at the end. Whoosh 2 does not have junk at the end. What was Whoosh 2 used for? Or which one was it mapped to? Let's go to sandbox. Whoosh. Whoosh 2. Number 6. So come over here. And play whatever sound 6 is. So A, B, C, D, E, F. A, B, C, D, E, F, G. It'll be G. Whoa. That was indeed a click at the end. Bam. Big click. Ouch. Whoosh 2? So am I including my chunk size into my embedding software, which means that I don't get the trailing zeros that I expect. Boosh 2 has one of the worst zeros I've ever heard. It could be. If I'm embedding that token, that could be a problem. Okay, so what we need then is the old wave format docs. The data subchunk indicates the sound size of the sound information and contains the raw sound data. Okay. Format subchunk we're fine with. The data subchunk contains the size of the data, contains the letters data, the number of samples times the number of channels times bits per sample divided by 8. Subchunk 2 ID, subchunk 2 size. Samples, channels, bits per sample. Divided by 8. So let's put it in bytes. Okay, so let's go find the bed warehouse. Let's look at where we process data. No. Chunk ID is data. Sound offset plus 1, 2, 3, 4 bytes. Chunk ID, chunk size. If chunk size is odd, we 0 pad. It's a format, we read it as format data. If it's data, we log it as the data, we parse it as the sound offset equals offset plus 8. We're already adding 8 here. So maybe that's a thing. Sound size equals chunk size. Read data chunk. That should be, just give me the address. Okay. Let's try this. Let's try not moving forward those extra 8 bytes. Build target equals as. Yes, save it. Sure, why not? CD tools bin dot slash embed. Let's take a look at our sound warehouse output. Yes, I know it's big. We're going to shrink that down eventually. So chime ends with all zeros now. Click now ends in all zeros. Error 1 ends in all zeros. The song ends not. No, it does end in all zeros. Good. Oh, the win. So the song does not end in all zeros. Win does. Whoosh 1, all zeros. Whoosh 2. Does not end in all zeros. Let's just see how it sounds, I guess. Actually, debug. Maybe we can scan backwards through what we're outputting and add some extra PCM samples. Let's see here. See. Okay, sandbox. And it crashes. Did I change something on accident? GDB, shards. Run. Sandbox. Segfault. I'm willing to bet that it's like high score scene. There is nothing there. Okay, well, just do a clean build. That is often enough the issue. Come on. Okay. If only it was a modern compiler. Okay. We're advancing, and then reading extra data out past the end of the array. That could be a problem. Which means it's all fixed except for that last whoosh or two. Yeah, sandbox is fine. So, A. No more D. I didn't hear it, but yeah. So whoosh 2 is still a problem. Okay. So only whoosh 2 has a problem now. So let's look at whoosh 2 in Audacity. Whoosh 2. Assets, sounds. What was it? Whoosh 2 was Etsy whoosh verb. Open with. Oh, come on. Okay, Audacity. Etsy whoosh verb. Etsy whoosh mouth. Etsy whoosh verb. Okay, we still have the problem of all the sounds playing twice as long as they need to, while filling the buffer with zeros. So, let me see here. In our PCM data, we get the size is the total number of PCM samples. Maximum number of samples is our PCM sample count. Max samples, sample count. Sample count plus equals 1. So when I say set file, PCM data, PCM sample count, maximum samples is the PCM sample count. Can't go past that. So what happens when I call set duration? I feel like I'm hiding something from myself. Maximum samples equals, but we overwrite that. And for audio initialized, it's fine. Sample rate's fine. Okay, look at all that. That was very entertaining. Does not matter right now. So we do start zero filling here. Oh. Okay. Here's why. When we're sampling a waveform, it's one sample, goes to both channels. Here, however, it's getting one extra sample. It's doing two samples because it's interleaved left and right data. Okay. So here's what we're gonna do. We're just gonna put that there, there, there. There and there. And here. That should make all of the times consistent with unused variable. Oh. Okay. We'll no longer be playing all of our sounds twice as long. Yes, we should. So, waveform generation still works fine. 2, 3, no click. Oh, that's odd. What's that? There's like a little click at the end of error 1. Ooh, yeah, push 2 sucks. Oh, yeah, we didn't want that one. Okay. Okay. But C, error 1, has a little blip at the bottom back. Do I care about that? Error 1. It's called digi-error 2x. Let's go in here. Let's close this. No. Digi-error 2x. Okay. There's a lot of 0 data at the end. Good heavens. Have to be able to truncate our audio quite a lot, just getting rid of the 0 data at the end of all of our sounds. Like, not get rid of, but we only need a few samples of zeros at the end, right? Error 1. There's some sound data. We expect a bunch of zeros shortly. We expect a bunch of data. There's the data. Then zeros for a long time. Line 22. Let's just call it 21811. 24. That's 3,000 lines of just 0 data. And it still makes a weird sound at the end. Okay. And then said error. The whoosh 2, right? Whoosh 2. Does not end nicely. So that's digi-error 2. Mostly don't see a problem with that. Whoosh verb. It's not 0 data up to the end. That is true. But that's not a big click either. Okay, so here's an option. Search backwards. Oh. Search backwards for / forward delete 0 0 0. 1 2 3 4. Record. Okay. Still need a bunch of this back. To about, I don't know, like here maybe? We don't want to change the sound of the file. Delete the last few, I don't know what, few tens, maybe 100 samples. This is one thing that I think Emacs can be a lot faster at. Editing large files is not rocket science. Line and a half of this, give or take. Yeah, maybe we trim our sounds down. Maybe we zero fill. Some of this stuff. All right, let's just try that. Yeah, permission is of course denied. Because we still had it open. Okay, so that's good. Not every sound now has a bad sound at the end. Here we go. What is that little blip at the end? Little blip. Hmm. Am I the only one hearing this? No, nobody in chat to help. Okay. We'll click. So what if we play let's mute this one. Just the digi error 2. Click and drag. Doesn't take all of that. That's not what I want. That's annoying. But it's not the sound I'm hearing. Mute this one, mute this one. What? No, I'm scrolling the other way, you moronic. like my mouse is on the fritz, but that's okay. Boom. That is not a loud click at the end. I still have a loud click at the end for that one. This data doesn't really tell me anything useful. It's not like I can understand this. So, am I reading things in wrong? The other sounds all sound fine. Just this one sounds like garbage. So, is there anything after about a second and a half that matters? Okay. What if we do this? We're supposed to be done if the last buffer was not all zeros. A continue despite going past the end, so it will force one full buffer of zeros. Forcing one last buffer of zeros. So A should not need it. Oh, it does.
Documents could be together.
B doesn't. C does. Weird. Boom. Big one last click. Okay. Forcing one last buffer of zeros doesn't help. Although, really, looking at Audacity, this digi error, which is error 1, which we're playing with C, that's zero data all at the end here. Like, that's a zero. There's nothing here. Is it almost nothing here? Those look like zeros to me. Yeah, those are zeros. So why is this one forcing one last buffer of zeros? It shouldn't have to. Those all should be zeros. If we look at the sound warehouse, What did I say? That's error 1. Wait, that is a lot of 0 data at the end. It should not need another buffer of zeros. Okay. Duration, error 1.6 seconds. Well, that's definitely not right. Oh, those are volumes. Never mind, that's fine. Sizes, error 1. Let's look at our calculator here. 13.5376 over 4413 seconds. Really? Oh, divided by 4. 0.76 seconds, which looks about right. So what is it about whoosh 2 and error 1 that still have residual sound issues? Whoosh 2, I think we just zero out the last, not zero, but this one. Why is this one getting a weird thing at the end? Okay, well, maybe we don't need PCM sample count and PCM sample offset, buffer count, etc. Those don't matter anymore. We are not. This doesn't help. Get the logging out of our callbacks. Okay. Calculator. Guess we don't need Audacity for now, since we know what things look like. I hear that little thingy whoop, at the end, little flip. I like it. Boom. Whoosh 2 has a big problem. I'm willing to believe that Whoosh 2 is something I will have to edit in the sound itself, but error 1, a little tiny. Whoop, I hate that. You should not be doing that. Still, much improved. Much improved. let's take that as a win, I guess. Journal. One thing I was doing in a different journal is actually tasks and notes, where sound warehouse was double advancing 8 bytes of data chunk. Therefore, we were copying extra data onto the end of sounds that aren't there. Junk values. Fixing this, removed, click at the end. All sounds except, what was it called? Whoosh 2. And there's a huge thing now for now. Also a small width the end of error 1 dot math. Everything else sounds great. Definitely ends in a lot of zeros. Alright, so we should say we're work here. So we still want to test the other 2 sounds against the minimal command line version that we still have. So this is a decent beginning. Right, get, add, everything. Status, we want to get store staged of source PA sign test. And we do not want sets sounds digi error 2x. Oh wait, is that true? We might want to keep that one raw file around. We also want to keep around, don't make a raw file for the other thing. Let's see. Assets, sounds. Yes, error 1. We want the Etsy whoosh verb. Oop, not that one. We don't want to delete this file. We just don't want to commit it. Commit. And remove small click at the end of most sounds. Still issues with error 1 and 2. Okay, progress. We can even play the game to see if it's much better. Boom, there's that big clip. Okay. So it's everything except WX. Wines. No. Mixes. No click until the big whoosh. Okay. Oh yeah. Things ended up there. But do a bunch of stuff. No whoosh sound. Okay. Okay, so that's a bug we gotta fight. Did I not ever record that in my to-do? Bug. Words float up after first level. Okay. I think that's an easy fix. We did that. But the resizing, I know it looks annoying. I wanted the little splash. More resizing. Apologies again. Make sure it looks okay on the Twitch. Still looks a little splashed. I should just not think of a delay.
I don't understand that. Sorry.
Okay, well, do that. Let's see what happens. One more resize. Then launch Twitch. Oh, wrong way. Squished. We're going wrong way. One more try. Hopefully, that unsquishes things a bit for us. Oh, that's better. Okay. Okay. So let's get the other one. The let's see whoosh verb in Audacity. Showing Audacity. Let's show Audacity. There we go. Okay, so this file we want to test against. We already got a raw output of the other things. So we're going to go to export, export audio, other uncompressed files, raw, no header, 32-bit float, I guess. Size. Yeah, 32-bit float. That'll be fine. Let's see, whoosh verb raw. Save. Okay. did I export it to? Did I just export? Oops. Export audio.
Yeah? Have you seen Lily's book study anywhere?
Oh, for heaven's sake.
What? The Wild Like the Fox's book study, have you seen it? Purple. Have you seen?
Audacity and documents. Unbelievable. Okay, well, we got that one. Alright. Why does everybody try to put things in documents? I hate that. It drives me bonkers. Okay. Okay. So we're going to try and build up this command line example to read in a file. I think I put it in make file. Source in file. Build PA test. That was it. PA test. Sure. Okay, so we stole this from port audio. Frames per buffer, table size, y. So they generate a floating point sine wave. And we don't want to do that. PA test date, sine table. A phase offset, if I remember right, a message. A good message. Stream completed. No message. Play for some number of seconds. Stop the stream after we sleep it off. Close the stream. Okay, terminate. Okay. Int main void. Int arg term. Let's just hard code things. This is for testing, right? That's all fine. Let's just keep it the way it was. Let's make as few changes as possible. Okay. PA test data. So table size and data are going to be something else. It's zero filled. No phase offsets. That's fine. So we're gonna read a file here. F open. I'm going to let's see, dot slash assets slash sounds slash digi error 2x dot raw. I'm going to read it as binary. We might as well steal this code from somewhere else. It's not exactly rocket science. Source file. Text buffer. F open. Basically this. Except we can simplify in file sound. Oops. Okay. We seek to the end. Then we ask it to tell us how big it is. Sound size. So instead of this size, we say sound size. Then we go back to the beginning. We get a new buffer with our sound size. With AT&T. Oh, these are not ints. These are floats. Sound size divided by fold. Read into our buffer the size of a float. Sound size is the number of entries, so sound size over 4. Sound samples equals sound size over 4. We don't need that. We don't need that. That or that. Something like that's fine. Else. Tab could not read file. Samples. Filing. Sound size. Sound samples. And count. All right. Data. Okay, how often does table size show up in here? Not a ton. Get rid of that and this. You can leave that there. That's float star sign. There we go. Samples. Bool sign, I guess. Void read sound file const star name float file into PA test data pointer data. Which is basically this stuff. Int sample count. Okay, I read all this in, then data point to data equals the buffer. Sample count equals sound samples. Otherwise, we can delete our buffer. Data point to data equals null pointer. Data point to sample count equals 0. 0 samples. Okay. So we can now read raw float file. Read raw float file. With the address of our data. Or could init sign wave into our data. Yeah, maybe we swap these around. Init sign wave is a different thing. It's sign wave PA test data star or address star data. Okay. Data point to data equals new float of table size into index. 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 To data 2. There. Init sine wave should do the same thing it always did. Initialize output parameters for the device, etc., etc. 32-bit float, the same either way. We open a stream. PA clip off. That is not one I've used before, but that's fine. Oh. Data point to sample count equals table size. Num seconds. One. Okay. I guess we need to store a duration. So if we init sine wave data point to duration equals num seconds, I guess. Seconds. Point to duration equals our sample count divided by, where's the sample rate? So if we had 44,100 samples over a sample rate of 40,000, we get 1 second as a double. Okay. Not sure why we put the parentheses that way. We know better. Okay. PA sleep. Data point to duration times 1,000. Cast it to an integer. Stop stream, close stream, terminate. Okay, in theory, what we should be able to do is still get a hideous sound wave, sine wave, this way. Let's just run this. Bool int array. Is out being declared. Out is floating point output buffer. Who thinks that's a boolean? Oh, sign. Sign. Data. Data. 2. Okay, so here, where we're doing playback, that all is fine. If data going to is signed, this is how we do it. So the sign should still work. It's no member data. What did I call it? Samples. Yes, long it's not been declared here. Okay. So this is a headphones warning for anybody listening. I don't know how loud or obnoxious this is, but it's only for 1 second. And I'm going to turn down my audio so I don't blast my headphones. So headphone warning, launching in 3, 2, 1. Okay. I don't think I have. I'm going to turn on desktop audio and try that again. I don't think I had that on, which means you probably didn't hear anything. 1, 2, 3. Yep, that is annoying. Now, I don't expect the sine wave to end without a click necessarily, because it could end at any point along that line. But we just want to make sure we didn't break anything. So now, instead of initializing a sine wave, we might initialize digi_error2, whose playback callback is going to be a little bit different. This is a recorded audio, therefore, copy those. Size, it is sample count. Right, we said sample equals table size. So wherever we can, table size needs to become data point to count. Not there, not there. Here, 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 and here. Nope, we can skip that and that. This one we can replace. Okay. Left, right. Right phase. Left, right. 1, 2, 3. Left. Right. That's not right. Either this one. It's going here. Left will be 0. Right will be 1. Then we'll stride forward by 2s. I really don't like this whole mess for walking through an audio file, but it'll be data left phase greater than sample count, left phase minus equal to sample count, right phase plus equals 2, right phase greater than sample count, right phase minus equal sample count. So this is very similar to what we have above, which I think is good. It's been waiting on a load of file. Try to play it. Oh. Read raw data file. Oops. Here we go. Right, so this is about as minimal as I can make it without changing their flow at all. So this is, I guess, headphone warning. I don't know if you get anything useful out of this. It might be that I have to byte swap big endian data, small endian data type things, or who knows, maybe I made a mistake. So 3, 2, 1. Okay, so that played nothing. Could not open file. Oh, printf. New line. Spoiled using my log class and puts in all my new lines for me. To duration. Okay, so let's try that again. We may not have the correct file path. Let's see what directory we're actually running in. Running in top level. Oh, source. Okay. In that case, we're going to file path wrong. There we go. It's relative to where we're running it from. Still, pretty good. We've solved most of our audio problems. Okay, so headphone warning. I don't know what audio is going to come out, so I'll give you a 3-second countdown. If it's too loud, let me know. I'll change how much I'm outputting from the desktop. But 3, 2, 1. Okay. That was not bad. It did play the sound twice. So, reading that file, sample count, we only need half the sample since it's left and right channel. But that was not too loud and obnoxious. And I'll run it again. Okay, it ran the right amount of time. I did not hear a weird whip sound at the end. 760 seconds. Where's that? Play for modulus d samples. Data.sample count. I would like to check that against my stored data in the sound warehouse. Yeah. Let's do that by frames, not samples. Sample divided by 2 for left and right channel. That way it looks more like something our duration relates to with 44 100 sampling rate. There we go. Yeah, so that's less than 44 100 frames per second, which is our sample rate. Okay, so I did not hear anything strange at the end of it. So let's go look at Sound Warehouse. Error 1, 33. So here's the question. So what's this? That's 4. Because this is in bytes. 2 bytes per sample, left and right channel. So we have more samples than we should. That is awkward. This is what we're playing out of a raw file. Here's what we've embedded. Is that true of other files here? Do I need to do all of them? Where's that extra data coming from? I just did embed / bed waves. So error 1. Does agree. That's the note out of the embed function. So where's this number coming from? And do I have a similar issue with other sounds? We should run it against the whoosh sound. But it is not outputting weird trailing noises. So if those are the only 2 files with errors, their sizes, then that could explain a lot. Okay, so let's do this. Let's make this a tiny bit fancier. Int argc char star star argv. Put audio. Sample rate. Frames per buff. If argc greater than 1, do this. argv1. Otherwise, we go to second. Okay. So now we build this. No, we don't need to make any Let's do that right now. So this should be the sine wave. So headphones check 1, 2, 3. As always, apologies. Here's if we play the digi error, which is not bad. The other one we need to try is Etsy whoosh herb raw. Okay. Headphones check. 3, 2, 1. That ends completely quietly. So 86,363 should be the number of samples. So that's correct. We go to Sound Warehouse. Boosh 2, this amount, times 4, 2 bytes per sample, left and right channels. And we're outputting another 20,000 samples on top of that. So somewhere, and these are just the 2 sounds that sound bad. The rest of the sounds sound fine. So I wonder if these are also missized. So I need to see if these are missized. So I need to open one of these that sounds fine, like the chime reveal in Audacity. Oh, audio engineering. Too much fun. If only I knew how to do it well. I guess you learn the hard way, right? That's how we do things around here. Alright, we're gonna get chime reveal. File. Export audio. Raw headerless 32-bit float chime reveal raw. Let's see here. Let's go here, active projects, word sleuth, assets, sounds. We want it in here. Sure. Chime reveal raw. Let's see. Let's move. Wrong window. Let's move Audacity somewhere sort of out of the way. Okay. So now instead of Etsy, do chime reveal, which sounds fine. That many frames. Four bytes each. Yeah, it's outputting extra data. Why are we consistently outputting extra data? Is it by a consistent amount? Should we do, let's see here, 3, 4, 7, that's extra 2,000-ish. It's not a consistent amount. Do we just do all of them? Do we test all of them? Okay. There's clearly a size issue. Are we embed waves? Let's go to sound warehouse. So we got this number. We look for it. That's what we got here when we're writing a file. It's embed waves. Just these samples. Here. Num samples. Sound size. Who's giving me my sound size? That's the chunk size. Num samples is sound size over 4. That is number of frames, not the number of. Oh, let's see here. Num samples is reporting the correct number. Just D bytes. Sound size. Right. Yeah. Let's just see what that outputs. Build target equals, and then I have this. Google spam /bed. These equal the amounts we see in Sound Warehouse. So chime 517250, 517250. Where the heck? Okay, I'm not liking that. Okay, so this number of bytes divided by 4, that better be the same as this. It is, so it's not like I'm getting a truncation. Okay. Right. Then sound size is the number of bytes. So that should be fine. What is right bin doing? Right bin size. Actually, it's in right header, isn't it? Files.size. Each file. Let's see here. This is a. definition. Files dot size. That's just the number of files. Entry count. M sizes, entry count, that's fine. Sizes. Sizes. Files dot size. Sound definition doesn't have size. Wait a second. Key file tag volume. That sounds source. Each file in size. Sizes. Sorry. This is what we want. So temporary size is the output of this function pointer. Which is called size equals data size. Sound size. There we go. I'll bet that faces a lot of issues. Oh. Okay. Too many sizes. What is the size of our data chunk, our file size, the number of things we have in our collection? Okay, so now these numbers should start matching what's in the sound warehouse. In theory. You open it to the end. Five 236 23072. Okay, I think we are back on track. Let's build this. -a debug. Oh, I think we were just streaming more trash out to the end of files still. Based on the difference of size of the data itself and the data size of the chunk. Because we were writing out the wrong size. That's our source, films. Sandbox. Now, no click at the end, very nice. Oh, nothing at the end. Hallelujah. And this is the one with the worst click at the end? Oh, perfect. We are so good. Audio demons have been slain. Okay. Updated PA sign test. C2. Begin a raw book sound file. Exported from Audacity. Found sample count slash data size not equal to what was in sound warehouse. Sound warehouse was getting the wrong size value, chunk size instead of audio sample size, and so had more junk at the end of the fix this and audio all sounds good. So we had two different issues writing extra junk at the end. We found them both and we're done. Phew! Git status. We might put PA sign test in tools. Okay. So let's go PA sign test. Close it. The source PA sign test to tools. Tools make file. I guess make build target equals PA test. PA I mean, just PA test. That's all it really needs, right? Compiler, leak flags. Oh, was there leak flags? I didn't need any of that actually. Or libs. Think. Oh no. Shoot. This does need some of those link flags. Well, we've got the file saved off somewhere. We've got an idea how to link it. Because we need the lib include the PA test stuff. We'll sort that out later. We're just moving it. Okay, we're gonna remove raw. Or git ignore. Start off. Hit add everything. So, we updated our journal, we've updated our to-do, we've got our make files been slightly modified, sound warehouse, bed webs. That make file, we've at least added a note. Yeah, looks good. Git shim. Git last audio issue. All sounds goodly. Oh, thank goodness. That one's been plaguing me long enough. clean up. Journal. Okay. Oops. Who did that? Get status. Get commit. Dash amend. Dash no. Edit. Oh, thank goodness. Yes. With that one out of the way, I'm not looming over my head anymore. We now have full control over our audio. So, what to work on next? Oh, yeah. We need to fix that. That seems reasonable. I don't really feel like fiddling with animations today. Which kind of means we're down to multi-line text. 2:30. So that means it's about time for a snack. Then we'll work on a bug. Work on this bug. It's not a hard one. It's just there's some bookkeeping that's not being done to put the words back where they were. Yeah, work on the bug, and then maybe we'll start on multi-line text. I'll explain why and what it all means, what's going on. But basically, we need it for like an about scene. I want to build the right paragraphs of text and have it properly fill the screen. Tooltips would be really great if we had multi-line text, so that again we could write in some text and it just fills up the rectangle. Local high scores probably need multi-line text. So yeah, at least 3 or 4 items need it. And if we do it now, we won't never have to do it again. So I think that's what we'll do next. Let me do a snack run here. And then we'll get back into it. We'll fix a bug, and we'll work on text. Okay, so see you in a few. Okay. We are back. I could swear we'd already fixed this words float up after the first level issue once before. But of course I can't remember. Which is why we write things in a journal. So let's see here. Bug. Oh, let's see here. Bug. Nope. Level transition animations. Level transition animations. Delta value, rectangle uses integers. Okay, so that was a thing we fixed once, sort of. That was a different issue, though. Fixed scale rotation, raised drop, not delayed, not detecting a loss correctly. I really don't like the banner animation. That would be the thing we have to tackle eventually. Okay. So maybe not. Maybe this is an old bug. I've noticed it a couple times, but we haven't really been playing the game much lately. So, yes. Even if I don't get anything else done today, at least we got the stupid audio bug fixed. So, let's fix a bug. Words float up after the first level. So, we can finally go back to looking at the game scene code. Which is, it's not even 2,000 lines of code. This is kind of anemic, actually. How sad. Okay. So we do finish level. This is where we look at game scene. This looks suspicious to me already. Lock, user guessing and deducing. So here, lock, user guessing, 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 deducing. We really only block the user from making deductions while the level's in transition. Otherwise, like after you win or lose, after you lose, and it's on that last screen, like, hey, you're a big loser, you can still run deductions. You just can't submit new guesses. So that's why we distinguish between those two. So image store, lock, user, deducing. Let's go to finish level. So here, we say immediately block a bunch of things and zero out text. Okay, then start playing a sound. Then we get a 1 second quad in from 0 to frame height. So we move everything on the screen up 1 frame height. That's the goal there. We move everything all the way up. Then we wait for the sound to finish playing. Okay, so that's that. So that all looks fine. Let's go to next level, which, if we're using animations, we immediately block the user. That's fine. We start a sound. Fine. Subsequence, we say clear all the letters, clear all the colors, zero everything out, basically. Increment our level number, reset our guess count, start our guess index, so the first guess goes there. Depending on the game mode, we might do a few different things. I'm actually going to change this word. Update our total guesses. Deduction space, blah, blah, blah. Okay, so none of that is animation stuff. That's just bookkeeping. If we're on the first level, then we haven't already moved everything up. So we're going to just snap it immediately to the top right now, immediately, before the next render. Then we start an animation, which should drop everything back down where it is. I don't see the guesses in here. So that's probably the problem. Okay. So in finish level, deduction, letters, guesses. Guesses, that one. That's all as we've forgotten to copy paste. That would be super nice. It's his text, move by that amount. File, and maybe that's all we have to do. It was just a copy paste error. Run it. Play. Whoa! Oh, oh, oh. What? Did we not move them up? We probably did not move them up as well. Okay. There we go. Okay. This all seems to work. Cheat. Everything goes up. Everything goes down. Why can I not type? Probably because next level. Did not. Yep, here it is. Block user deducing, block user deducing, block user guessing. Compile. So we never blocked them from guessing before, which we definitely should have. Okay. Play. Still can't type. No typing. Next level. At the end of the animation, here it is. Block user guessing, which probably means we have that in next level or finish level. Here where we've got these two. No, we never re-enabled it. Okay. And that should be fine. I don't care if it's re-enabled. It's the next level that should be enabling it. And it doesn't cost me anything to have two of them set that flag each level change. It's Rhino proud lines. Okay. This is not a valid deduction, but let's just make sure things aren't breaking. Flip, flip, flip. Okay. Cheat. Everything floats up. And everything floats down. And we can keep tapping. Yeah. Okay. So everything works. We can surrender, quit, and I think we just call that a win. Which probably means we get a start on multi-line text today. Woohoo! Which I know is not the most exciting topic for everyone, but that's what we're gonna do. All right. Fixed. Transition between levels. Guesses. Word repositioning correctly. Also, lock user guessing was not correct. Just simple book errors. Level transitions. Making words load up. Boom, done. Journal. Now it's time for some work. Real work. Oh. Okay. We are almost out of high priority tasks, which means we move on to these things. Let's see here. Was there a thing about yeah. Mediocre programmer art. Okay. That's probably the one I need eventually. We do need to do a serious art run. We have layout correct, animations correct. We've got a lot of things working, which means right now a lot of our appearance issues are strictly art related, unlike before when they were technology related. I couldn't draw before a better button because we were using colored quads. Now that we use texture quads, we should be able to get better buttons that look more thematic and less 90s Windows style. So, the plan. What is my plan? Let's see, animate scene transitions is It's not my top priority. It needs better art. So instead of playmat, actual table, bookshelf, etc. Now I might as well awkward. So exciting! I want a texture for each of these instead of just a single texture that contains all of it. So I can move them around, like the bookshelf could drop in or something, the table could slide in, the chalkboard could do a little rotate in. So I'm going to decrease that priority. All right, I think we're going to just go straight for text. How do I want to approach this? We could work out of the sandbox. That's probably the right place to do it. Right now I don't even have my text clipping inside of a rectangle. That's another thing maybe we want. Okay. Anything I'm missing here? So maybe we fix B center. So vertical center. Right now I'm literally saying what's the lowest point that we draw and what's the highest point that we draw. And then centering it vertically based on that, as opposed to here's the baseline, and here's the lowest thing below that baseline our whole alphabet can handle, and here's the highest thing above that alphabet that our whole thing can handle. So that when you type in, capital A, capital B, and then like a J where it hangs below, that it doesn't do a little vertical pop as it recenters the text, because it's already computed those heights more efficiently. Is that what we want to do? Then we do multi-line text. So maybe that's the plan. We fix vertical centering so it doesn't look like crap. Fix multi-line text so that it will, even if we manually new line it, it will lay out correctly left, right, and centered. Then we can add rectangular clipping. And lastly, text wrapping it's not the hardest problem, but it's a lot more bookkeeping while we're rendering. And it will affect, well, I mean, this will already be in place, so this should not add any more work there. It's just the bookkeeping aspect itself. Okay, I think that looks reasonable. So let's go with this one to start with. Vertical center doesn't look right with below baseline. Yeah. So we probably need to test with the right. So let's go into sandbox. Okay. We're going to comment out the sounds and not initialize the sounds test. That's sweet. Okay. We're going to go to application and jump us straight into the sandbox. Save on clicks while we're developing. Come on. Yeah, sure, we can save to. That will not affect our compile at all. Okay, pop right up and none of the sound stuff should be working. Perfect. So, sandbox. Testing. Text. We want 4 texts. Text alignment. Test alignment. We want to test. What's in our to-do? Multi-line. Rectangular clip. Lastly, text. Test. Word. We're just gonna throw them all in the scene right away. We're gonna make them text edits. Okay. Sandbox scene. What do we have to do to get a text edit up? Initializer doesn't take anything. Set text size, set text color, set rectangle, and rectangular. Okay. If I need a function then. It text. That's, I don't know of any update that needs to happen. Void render text. We'll just implement all of them. Instead of, let's see, render. Okay. To initialize, we can add these to the scene, various locations, so that we can see them. Mm-hmm. Okay. Set rectangle 2. Scale versus width. Let's start like 100 pixels off to the left. And actually, yeah. XY. Big button width. Big button height. That's one thing we have to do. Height plus big space. Okay. Okay. No. Pixels defaults to a normal. Set text size. Scale versus height. Let's go with like 2. Okay. Make everything nice and big so we can see. Let's set some text in all of these. Just to get us kick-started. Let's see here. Should really have off the top of my head a clever quote to throw in here that's not just "Hello World." Something that demonstrates my sophistication. Too long. Conceivable. I don't know why that word looks really strange to me right now. Anybody want and what else? Dare to die. To the pain. Okay. That seems like a reasonable set of quotes to start with. Bonus points for those that get it. Sign of true sophistication. Okay, so that's that one. Update. I have nothing to update right now. We will render these bad boys. Where are the other render functions? Update. Okay, so I just do this. I don't have to pass anything around. Even easier. Good job, me. And that should get us started. So close. And it blows up. We should do it now. Make clean. We can. And we did that in the wrong folder. Oh well. I guess my wife just bought new stamps. The last set were this set of huge stamps that were like about horses, which I'm not a big horse fan and whatnot, but they were huge. I was making fun of her, so I guess she just bought new stamps. They're all D&D themed, so there you go. New D&D stamps for the collector. Woohoo! Although to be fair, Watsy and company have lost a lot of my loyalty in recent years. They've become evil. Hasbro, or whether it was of their own volition, hard to know. But sometimes they still have okay art. Silly wife. Okay. And they're not in here. They don't show up. Oh, I know why. Still a dude. Let's go to one render. We might as well call update test packs. Test. But it probably won't make a difference because we're not doing anything in it yet. Okay, those buttons are definitely not the right, not buttons. Text layouts are definitely in the wrong location. Definitely. Oh. Knit, text, test. There we go. Just off to a good start. Just forgetting to plug in everything. feeling a little better today, but apparently not better enough. Okay. So if I'm going to write a lowercase j, you'll see that pop up and down, and up and down, and up and down. And that's just terrible. What about, is there worse things? Yeah, so it looks like just anything like that causes that popping. I do not want that popping. So we should do it relative to the baseline and not to just minimum and maximum values. We also want these to be a little wider so I can have more stuff, more text. Okay. So init text test. These are not buttons, these are text. And they're going to be wider. Let's make them 500. Okay. So, yep, definitely vertical popping. See, even putting that J in messes up things. Just a pixel, but doesn't affect that one or that one. P and J, I guess, are the same depth. G doesn't affect the Y, only the J. Okay. Interesting. So J is probably our lowest letter. I'm trying to think if there's anything else that's below the line I care about. Okay. So we need to fix this. This is unacceptable. One other thing we want to do. Actually, that's not true. It's not just vCenter. I think these are all. Yeah, what's my default? Default text edit. Default. We are doing vertical center by default. Okay. So another thing we want to test is all the different alignments as we go. Line can actually make it bigger. 3. We'll go 3 big. Not wide. What am I doing? Multi-line I want height. Let's see here. So we have some room to play with. Okay, then we need buttons. Left. Right and center. horizontal alignment. Just have this left by default with all of those text edits. Buttons so I can change all sorts of things. Observe behaviors. Oh goodness. That's not what I said to do it off. Okay. X offset equals X plus big text width plus big space, yes. Button. I do have to supply an initial text argument to it. Yeah, it's fine, I guess. Testing text. So to the left, center, horizontal right. Come on, fat fingering it. Now, there we go. Okay, now. Okay, so these buttons don't have to be as big. So these can be 140. So this is going to be very similar to this one. X offset by offset. Big button width, big button height, big button height. Not need the space. There we go. Its offset gets updated. Okay, so the buttons should be let's just see where that ends up with everything. We need the buttons to that is not a member of vertical. It's a member of horizontal. There we go. Still don't have that right. What else? Looks like that's about it. All right. Full clean and debug. Just setting up the tests are probably going to be longer than writing code for some of these, but if we set the test up right now, it'll speed up the test. It'll become an incremental improvement over the accumulation of test updates we're doing. Still in there. Okay. Okay. So we're saying the cursor size relative to the size of the text edit. which is wrong. It should be relative to the size of the text, which again has to do with that baseline low-high values, which we should be able to derive. Let's see. Again, this still jumps when we add something with a low. Okay. So the buttons are way too far off the screen. Plus scale versus width, I don't know, whether 50 pixels. Sure, just to see what we get. Shoot. Do this a lot apparently. Get text done this week. I've only got today, tomorrow, the day after. If we can get all these text features done this week, that opens up a lot of options for next week's work. We could do high scores, we could do start doing playback and recording. We could do a lot of stuff we could do here. All right, we did not reset the Y. That's I did. Oh, I did not. There we go. Okay. Last piece. I need a couple of small indicator labels. Text M_, leave align pointer. Each line pointer. Small, we'll go with like a 24. So these buttons and these things need their font set. small. There we go. Okay. Okay. Now, because I want a visual indicator of what our alignments are as we butcher our way through re-rendering text again, it will be good to have a visual indicator of what we think we're drawing versus what we're actually drawing. So hopefully that makes sense. Okay. We do not set text. So the vertical point that way, horizontal point that way. Set our font size, but these will get their pointer based on what we align. Okay. One more thing we need are helper functions. Void set alignment. Be horizontal align. Let's at least be consistent with this convention. Vertical, then horizontal. I'm not sure that's actually whatever. It did not grab everything I thought it was going to. Okay, there we go. Then, let's see. Other small items. Underscore B, align pointer dot set rectangle. You can put it anywhere, position wise. But the important thing is big button width, big button height, big button height. So it's square. And this thing needs to be centered. Center alignment. Text V align centered. Text horizontal line centered. There we go. Now we set the position.
Right now I need to label the dash.
Text. Okay. Set alignment. Move to each align clear. Move to, I think it should be snap. We're not doing fancy animations in our sandbox. This is not like the scene setup, like the settings or the main menu where the pointer moves to different areas. Okay. So V-align pointer move to somewhere. Switch. Let's see here. Underscore V-align. What did I call it? Yeah. V-align. H-align. Another word line is starting to look weird for me, which sounds fun. Paste text. V-align. And there we go. Now, basically the same thing, but anyway, let's do the. If it's top, then M underscore button align B top rectangle dot X minus underscore B pointer dot rectangle dot width. Nope, you just expose it. So that's our X. And our Y will be our button align B top dot rectangle dot. Same thing except for center. Center. Up. There. What else do I need? I need the other switch statement. And instead of V top, you get H left. V center with H center. V bottom with H right. H, 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 right, and left. Okay. And the init test text, after we've set everything up, set alignment to our initial value. We may want to clean debug on this one. Last piece will be to hook the button up to our function. get that all the alignment options working, we will dive into the text object. I'm actually kind of excited about game number 2. We will spend a lot less time on the technological side, building up these little teeny pieces of low-level stuff. So it'll be much more about the game design, game itself. I capitalize that? How dare I? Put parentheses around things that don't need parentheses. Okay. Always an embarrassment. Oops. Oh, dang it, I didn't clean again. Shoot. I seem to do that somewhat regularly, where I just forget to remove the clean flag of the build. We need to do it clean periodically, but not this often. Once you've done the clean, the clean doesn't take long. It's the rebuild afterwards. So once you've started it, it's the clean is done, and you have to do the rest of the rebuild anyway. So there's no point in interrupting the build. It's just gonna drag a little bit, waste a few more minutes of my development time. Wonder if there's a good way to make it lower friction to do the right thing, or the common thing. I'm not sure about it right now. So yeah, for our rendering, we are using the pre-type 2 library. And so far it's worked out pretty good. Okay, these buttons are a little bit small. And the indicator is not there. I don't know why. Oh, I bet I do why. Big button width. Let's just make those 150. Let's make that's a little bit. Maybe not 150, maybe like 120. And underscore text. Be a line pointer. That's pointer. Horizontal. Hey, look, we didn't do anything to debug this time. Okay. They should show up. Badly. This one's not that bad. This one's like the wrong button altogether. Move to button. Plus. I think these guys have big ones. Good enough. We're not worrying too much about how it looks. Wow. What's wrong with that export in there? H align pointer move to button line H left rectangle dot O dot right. Yeah, that should just be it. Right. Basically, it's X plus width. Like the shorthand. Because then things line up nicely for us. Then setting up the button. Move. Okay. Vertical center, left. Perfect. Let's do this. Looking up the button. Alright, set callback. We're going to capture this. We will take nothing. And we will do strange and mysterious things with it. Mostly, though, we're just going to call set alignment with text v-align top, and then m underscore each line. There, that's basically it. To center. Okay, so that's the first set. This set here, set alignment to underscore v align. Left. Center, right. Okay, I think that's it. So if I click on top, everything is top aligned. Center, right, left, center, bottom. See, now here when we type J, it's really bad. Perfect. So we got it. We're going to test everything we need to test. I'm going to go have a word with my children about the amounts of noise they're making. How's it going? It's good. Just my kids are very loud right now. Just a moment. All right. Hopefully, be a little more peace and quiet now. Just a little bit. Okay, text alignment. We just set up our test scene so that we can play with text. Let's journal. Added text testing elements to sandbox. Wow, okay, get off. Don't need that. So we should save our work before we kill anything. Get everything. Test. Testing for text added to sandbox. Okay. Now we're ready. Text. Text is the name of the game today. So we are going to open up text.cpp. Luckily, it all happens in one place. Right here. Nope, not this one. Ooh, although we do make text alignment adjustments here. So we're going to ignore that for now. Render, update text. There we go. Okay. Allocating new quads if we need them. We don't need to care about that. This thing. This is our problem. We're using the minimum x and the maximum x and the minimum y and the maximum y to compute our alignments. Now, there's nothing we can do about the x. That's kind of how x has to work. But the y should not work the way it is. So x I'm fine with. X advance. X position works fine. This is the problem. Rectangle dot height. So we have a top offset. We have a glyph height. So let me think about what math we need to do here. Text is going to have a quad. And we don't care about the triangles. We'll worry about the triangles. It doesn't matter. There is a, let's call it a baseline. There's some amount below it. There's some amount above it. So at our current y, we here we're inverting things at an awkward place. So if we compute it from when it works, do I want to mess with that? So we're at some y. Where's our y? Current y is 0. I don't think current y is ever updated because we're not supporting multilingual text yet. So 0 plus the top of the glyph. Then we flip that to put it inside the rectangle here. We subtract the height of the rectangle from the top of the glyph. I don't want to reason about it this way, though. Current y is never updated. But it will need to be updated soon. So if I flip the sign on this, it's current y plus raw rectangle height minus the top. Zero. Oh, interesting. So here's one thing you want to try. I want to reason about this a little bit differently. I want to reason about it this way. We do that. We just invert all the y's. It's easier for me to reason about these things. I think it is. I'm good, Fit Rider. How are you doing? Staying busy? Okay, that did not line up the way we want. So that was entirely wrong. Y1, y is 0. No. So if I've negated this, then it's minus glyph minus y naught. This is y0, yes? And we've just flipped the sign on it. So we can flip the sign on it over here. Then take y1, which is height. Y naught minus height. And this sign is already flipped, so it's more like that. Then we flip the sign on that whole thing, and it's just plus, right? Chemistry exam in 2 weeks. Oh dear. It's been a while since I've done chemistry. Okay. Yeah, I think my freshman year in college. So last time I looked at real chemistry. Oh. Those required 6 credit courses. You're taking it first year, but I'm on the final last semester. Yep, good, good. Graduate the end of this fall. Then you got some internships lined up, or you got a real job lined up, or are you going to be searching? I really, really want this to be true. Therefore, multiply this by a negative. This one has to be negated, which we then do that. Grind on leak code. Searching next month. Yep. Yeah, I don't like the leak code for identifying good candidates. Okay. But fresh out of college, it's probably the best indicator they've got. What I don't like is that once you've got 15 years of experience, they're still like, "Oh, can you leak code?" I don't care. Why? Hey, this has nothing to do with the real job. This doesn't have anything to do with working on projects of scale. I mean, some of the leak code problems are kind of fun. Every once in a while you hit one and you're like, ah, I get it. And a lot of it's just so much memorization. Does this swap the Y's? Let's see. Could be that the Y's are swapped. 0, 0, 1, 1, 1. I want these quads to be defined in the same order. I just want to get a foot in the door. Yep. Here, well, I guess you're, let's see, you're Canada, right? Yeah. Yeah. I don't know how it is in Canada, but I know the job market in the United States is not very good right now. I imagine that spills over a considerable amount. They've been lying about the jobs reports for so long in our country. It's amazing that anything is up and running at all. Height. I want to define current line as the top left corner. So if current y is 0, add and then to go down, we add. Why is that? I also heard, but I don't know what's happening. Okay, so every month they put out a new jobs report saying, look, we've added hundreds of thousands of jobs. And then 2 or 3 months later, they say, here's the new job report. And here are the corrections for the last 2 months of job reports, which are always down and often by a considerable amount. So while they've been saying, look, we've created 200,000 new jobs this month. One, they were lying. Two, a lot of the jobs being created is that there are incentives for companies and recruiters to create job openings. They are rewarded for creating job openings. So they create job openings, which means that they'll do things like they'll have one job opening, but they will post on the job boards different states' versions of it. So they'll say, hey, whatever project lead or something. And they'll put a label for a state on it. And then they'll spam out like 15 of those with 15 of the states that they hire most often from. So there's one job, but there's 15 job openings. There's 15 open job recs on the internet. And they report it that way. Hey, look, we've got 15 openings. No, you've got one. You have one seat you are trying to fill. Another thing companies will do is they'll create what are called ghost jobs. So they'll put up a job posting, and they'll let it sit. And you will apply, which then gives them all your information. They were never intending to fill the position at all. They're literally just collecting resumes in case they want to hire in the future. They already have a whole ton of resumes they can go through. Other things. Yeah, things like that. So there's just a lot of shenanigans and nonsense. And basically, there's not nearly as many jobs as everybody thinks there is. Big tech is laying off all over the place because they think they can replace everybody with AIs. Also, they're getting rid of a lot of dead weight, but that also means that a lot of good devs got cut in the sweep, which means now you're competing with people with 5, 10, 15 years of good experience who are also desperate for a job. So yeah, the job market right now, no good. Yeah, good heart's law, exactly. For those who are not in the chat, let's see here. Added job incentives have when a measure becomes a target, it ceases to be a good measure. Yes. This is why I'm often against certifications. Once you say this certification is worth something, it becomes gameable. Like the Cisco CCNA back in the day, or Yep. Good heart's law. Exactly. I really would like Y0 and Y1 to be in the order I want. So ideally, top left, top right, bottom right, and bottom left. By convention, we're starting at top left and going around clockwise. There's no reason for it other than once you start thinking that way, the other quads are more consistent, and therefore it makes it easier to debug. So whatever this mess was is probably wrong. In that, see, x's are so easy. Hurt x plus my left, which might be a negative number, by the way. That's fine. We don't care. Then we just add our glyph width to it. Here, I really want y0 plus glyph height relative to my current x plus top. that's 0. Okay, so let's just see. Actually, yeah. Let's just see what we get. But even this last month, they couldn't lie about the jobs anymore. They're like, oh, we lost a bunch. So even as bad as they've been lying about it, now they actually have to even be honest that they've lost jobs at all. So it's gotten pretty bad. Okay. Have to offset it relative to the raw rectangle. Well, do we? Okay, let's not get too carried away. Our UVs could very well be upside down now. So let's copy this. We always want to be able to go back. So it's x0, y0, x1, y0, x1, y1, y1. So now that should be more like what we had before. I would really like these plots to be similar. Okay, so we're facing right side up. The sizes look reasonable. My y is completely jacked up. And the only real difference is something about this height. Let's turn off for now the alignment adjusting. So we will basically, regardless of alignment, we'll be drawing at the top. Hold on a second. In that case, we want to get rid of this. Turn things off until it makes sense. Okay. So tall letters are being drawn low. It's the top. There. Now they line up. And our 0. So this is our baseline. It's at the top of this gray rectangle here. So that's our baseline. If we type in the letter J, it falls below the baseline. Okay, so that's good. We now have our rectangles oriented the same way as every other thing. So now we're doing top left, top right, bottom right, bottom left. Same for here. By convention, start at top left corner, going around clockwise. this. Boop, 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 boop. There we go. Okay. Now, that gives us our quad. That is our baseline. So the question is, what adjustments do we need to make? Actually, so that's our baseline. So I don't want the maximum height. Well, I do want, okay, I want the maximum top. And I want the maximum top minus height. Maximum top minus. Okay, so I'm going to read in a font. We want max top and max bottom. Every line will fit it within that range. Okay. X's are fine. It's the Y's that I really want to get rid of, actually. Go to font. Dot. Max advance. Let's see your set size. You can go through the glyphs and set a bunch of things. Top, left, width, and height for each glyph. I want a max top, min bottom. Okay. If top is greater than max top, there'll never be a letter that. Sorry about that. Min bottom. Okay, so if our top is greater than max top, then max top equals this. Top minus height. Below depth equals the top minus the height. If below depth is less than min bottom equals the amount we are below depth. So we have our baseline up to our maximum height. We have our baseline down to our minimum bottom, which is our actual max character height. So is that something that shows up in text? I'm just curious now. Max character height does not show up. Max character width does not show up. Those are only used for computing the size of our packed texture. And it's not a very good packing, so don't even ask. It's not great. It's barely good enough to get things on the screen, but I'm also not running out of memory yet, so I've really prioritized fixing that. Plus, a texture packer is going to be a little bit complicated. Okay. So glyphs, font. Glyphs. UV coordinates. When we're packing the texture, that's fine. Where to store? Face.glyph. It's been a while since I've looked at this code. What's data? And size. Within font data. Just define where. Font data. Oh, we do store those things. Okay. Hint. Max height above baseline. Min height below baseline. There we go. Set size. Max height above baseline. Min height below baseline. Height. And height. You know where to store those? So now every font has this data. So when we are rendering, well, when we're updating our text, quads, we come down here. Okay. Top. Text alignment adjustments. So this is, let's see here. This is the baseline is at 0. That's what we've got. So if we want top, what we should have is the highest thing above is where this line should be. Let's do X first. So I don't think that changes anything. Rectangle top is at 0. Rectangle bottom minus height, that's fine. So when we're at the top, we don't want max Y. What if we dy equals, and we need to move it down by data. Data maximum height of the baseline. And we want to move down by that amount. For this one, we want to move. Oh no. Left, yeah, first. Okay. Bottom alignment will be height above the baseline plus font data point to mid height below the baseline. Is that true? Rectangle bottom minus, so that's the bottom rectangle moved up. Alright, let's just see what happens. Let's take a look at it. Overthinking things probably. That's the meat and potatoes where we need to be. Okay, so if we go to V top, J does not cause any issues as far as top goes. Bottom, oh, that's actually not bad. J, oh, that's nice. Y, okay, yeah, so that comes right down to the bottom. So top and bottom look fine. Center, okay, rectangle top plus the rectangle bottom minus, oh goodness. Minus what? We want half the max height, min height below. I think it's, oh, we should copy this so we don't lose it while we're thinking. We want font data max height minus font data min height below baseline divided by 2. Let's see how that looks. Oh, that's actually pretty good. J, I, G, J, J, G, Y. We should add a text and item to our to-do list. We'll call it text. This is cursor height relative to text size, not text size. Right, relative text size, not rectangle size. Okay. I actually like that. Not bad. That's pretty good. It is a little bit low. Because it's close, I think. Up, center, up. AGY. Nothing moved. Okay, that looks reasonably centered. It's not popping up and down. So that's much better. Like I expect that to pop. Yeah, I think that works a lot better. Cool. Quick. Okay, so. Sure. Ooh, okay. Okay. Now working better. Text. Computing. Height above baseline and height below baseline. Or no longer need to track min, max, y while update text files. So in text, in theory, we can literally get rid of all the min y and max y issues. Min y. You know about Devon AI? Nope. I'm not really following the AIs. Which one does it do? Is it an art one or a coding one? The AI software engineer. Oh, yeah. Yeah, okay. Cognition labs, as if there's anybody cognitive of anything these days. Yeah. Big hype. Microsoft bought it. Well, I love these big companies throwing millions and billions of dollars at a problem that will end up costing them even more money than just the initial purchase. So everything I've heard is the AIs are great at small, limited scope problems, but when it comes to scalability and the complexities of wider systems, they break down. So, in fact, I've heard a lot of people say, yeah, it's great. I was like, hey, build a component for this. Hey, build a little component for this. Build this little piece over here. And then you glue it all together. And while each component does what you said, when you put it all together, it does not. So, because it doesn't understand the context, doesn't understand the problem. It can't. So, yeah. And so here's more fun question. Yeah, exactly. Given the so then you have to send in an experienced, very expensive engineer to figure out why it won't work, and then to fix it, which is often harder than if a good, solid engineer had just written it in the first place. Debugging someone else's nonsense, especially if it's subtle bugs, is harder. So here's the problem. Do we know what the improvement curve of AI is? A lot of people are banking billions of dollars on the fact that it's exponential, meaning the more data you put into your training set, the better the AI gets, right? What if it's logarithmic, where the more data you put in, it improves, but it flattens out? In which case, they've already scraped the whole internet. So where are they getting their next order of magnitude of data to double the effectiveness of their AI? Do they know? Do they know what that curve looks like? No, they've already scraped the internet. What more data do you need? It's all there. Which is why Google's AI answers questions stupidly, like putting glue on pizza. The internet is full of stupid people, and it's all been trained on it. Attention mechanism revolutionized LLMs. I don't ever want to see an LLM. I don't want people putting it in my products. I don't want someone to offer me a job in it. I just... I just want to be left alone to build cool things. Machine learning, yeah. Hidden layers. Yep. Nope, there's always some new, like, there was one that was basically training AIs based on gambling habits. What do they call it? The multi-armed bandit or something. It's like, everybody keeps coming with these little tiny tweaks to AI that fix one teeny tiny specific problem with their one system. Ooh, a landmark paper. You know, I saw a list of somebody's top 20 papers that revolutionized the world, and I recognized 3 of them. I don't think people understand what revolutionized means. Yeah, academics. They love their papers that incrementally modify things a teeny tiny amount. Okay, so with all these changes in text, we need the same thing in multicolored text. But hard part should be done. We've already done work. So there's no more min y, no more max y. So let's go away. We've changed the way we compute y to this. We have changed the order we put in our vertices to that. Okay, we'll just modify it in place 0 x 0 x1 minus y 1 minus y 1. So that'll fix that order. The UVs get similar treatment now. 0 0 1 1. We no longer do min y max y. Good. Last thing, the x adjustments don't matter, only the y adjustments for text alignment. So at the top, we do that. We do that. We do that. Oh. Landmark papers. Has anybody made you read Witted's 3D rendering paper? It's a classic. They used to write papers that people could understand. You could read a paper from Dijkstra or Newth or these people, and they were understandable. They were designed to convey information. A lot of papers are written to obscure information until you can make millions off of it. Okay, that's interesting. So how does this one look correct? These ones don't. Oh. Okay. So we made a mistake somewhere. I do feel like we are close. Our layout should be about the same. Don't know much about graphic stuff. It doesn't matter. The paper is so understandable. Like, and it's the first real paper on 3D. Like, this is what all of modern graphics is based on, practically. We did 3D graphics. Maybe I can find a link to a PDF of it or something. Ray tracing. We did ray tracing. Oh, they gotta give me a paper, don't they? A real paper? Anybody? Paper as PDF. Somebody's gotta have it. Here we go. Stanford's got a copy. Oh no! Somebody wrote a paper based on it. Oh my gosh. Okay, well, I know I have a copy somewhere. Anyway, that's fine. Question is, why aren't papers understandable anymore? That's my question. Got to wrap it up in about 45 minutes. Let me think about what the difference is here. Text, multicolor text. Let's go up to the top. If we have to recompute our quads, okay, if it's a visible character, you can add this comment to multicolor text. There's no minus sign there. That could have been a problem. By which I mean that's probably exactly the problem. X0, Y0, X1, Y0, X1, Y1, X0, Y1. Alright, compile that. If this works, then we are good to commit. A premium account on Anna's archive. You can give me the DOI if you have it. Well, I could probably find that. Lifted ray tracing. Okay, sites here might have me a link. Come on, load something. If not, I'm gonna be sad. Yeah, let's see here. ISBN number. I don't know if that's as helpful as I would like. Wow. It's like the world is forgotten. Who came before? Waiting for the page to load. Okay. Now it's all lining up. We didn't lay it out with this setup, and this graphics all need to change anyway, so I don't care about the slight misalignment we've got now. That's fine. Perfect. Excellent. All good. We're done. With text and multi-colored text. Computing height above baseline and height below baseline. Does the page ever load? No. Lame. Where did I find that before? Okay. Illumination model for shaded display. SIGGRAPH. Oh. Okay, here we go. Pretty sure this is it. $1979. Oh. You can probably follow that to an actual paper. Did it have a DOI? PDF. Oh, it's. Oh, yeah. Here's the actual PDF. We finally found one. Google won't search for it, but I can. There's the PDF. There we go. I had to read this paper in college and implement my first ray tracer with it. It was crap, but as an undergrad, I could read it and understand it enough to make my own ray tracer from a paper back in 1979. And it's what, 343 to 349? It's 6 pages long. 6 pages. Groundbreaking. Okay, let's see. Where are we? Speed center does look right now. When setting size. I need to track min max y while updating text. Okay. Get status. Add everything. It's now laying out better. Perfectly. Good. Okay, to do. What's next? That one's gone. Multi-line text. So while we're talking about alignment, we've got this multi-line text problem. which I don't want to deal with right now. I don't. Because I've got basically half an hour. But, okay, we can do the simplest thing. We'll do the simplest thing and call that good. Journal. Because we don't have to have it working today. It's fine. Start. Multi-line text. Okay, so we're going to go to text. In here. We're just going to add another else if. Character equals a new line. Or character equals a return carriage. If C equals new line, short text index plus 1. Now let's see here. If index plus 1 is less than m underscore text length, and character equals 10, so here's the problem. On the old Mac, as an end of line, they use just the carriage return character. On modern Windows, well, let's hear. On Linux, they just use the new line character. And on Windows, it defaults to new line followed by carriage return. So sometimes you'll see it as like ampersand CRLF, carriage return line feed. This all goes back to the days of the teletype as well. Bell Labs. You know, Bell Labs, freaking awesome. Great stuff. So we have to look for all those cases, because if we say N or R, then all over Windows text that comes in is going to be double returned. So I have to say, if we can look ahead at the next character. Let's see this first. I want to short circuit on this. And if we can look ahead, and if next character is a carriage return, then index plus plus. We'll skip the next character. Then current x equals 0. Current y equals some amount. So we don't have the concept of line spacing yet. We do have font data point to min height below baseline, font data max height above baseline. Just go plus equals. Anything else that used to happen inside there? Okay. I mean, why not? Let's just try it. Let's go to sandbox. And where we set our text. This one. This is the multi-line. No more rhymes now. I need it. Period. New line. See what happens. I'm not saying it's going to be easy to read through those 6 pages if you have no graphics understanding, but it is doable. Hey! It kind of worked. Now it centered the first line, and that's fine. Like I said, we're doing the simplest, stupidest thing. It worked. Now my cursor is jacked. No way that's gonna work. Ha ha ha. But the cursor needs to be completely rewritten anyways, so it's okay. Nice. Yeah, cursor needs to be completely rewritten. That was shockingly easy. I mean, so if we go all the way to the start of things, we put like JGY, and then at the very end of things, we put like an exclamation, I think. Yeah, the height of things don't change. So we need a number of lines. When we center vertically, or okay, when we go to the top, go 3 lines long. Text. Oh, let's see here. Line count. 8 line count equals 1. Every time we get a new line character, line count gets incremented. Also, this does not handle non-breaking spaces from the intergoogles, so that's always sad. So when you lay out vertically, multiply, let's see here, by line count times this mass divided by 2. Let's see what that does. Okay, not quite what I was hoping for. I think it moved the wrong direction. Oh. We have 1 line. That's fine. We have 2 lines. So rectangle top plus bottom. Right, divided by 2 times the number of lines. Okay, bottom also doesn't work very well. Let's just get some logging in here. Mount above. New line. Mount above. I need to know if these are positive or negative numbers. Mount below. So the top, our first line, let's just see what that outputs. You don't see that happen twice when we start up, so not too bad. A few more minutes, just a few more minutes. So 53, negative 11. So basically, this is the height above the baseline, the amount below the baseline, maximum for this font at this size. So we want to move y by the total height amount to make room for the next line. And we are not doing any spacing like double space lines. So that's good. So those are negative. That's good to know. Just so at the top, we take the top row, which is at y, which is at 0. We just move it down that much. So top looks fine. Bottom, it's going to be actually, I'm just curious. What if we just move the height of one baseline? That is probably closer to the 0 spacing font. Yeah. So that's probably technically more accurate, not to add the amount below, it's just the height above the baseline. Okay. Oops. Which means we're adjusting vertical. This one's fine. This one is not happy. This one is close. In the bottom. Minus line count times max. Plus the amount below. That should be top and bottom, I think. Top. Bottom. Definitely not. Oh. Number of lines minus 1. Line count. Minus 1. So we don't want to move that first line down. So top, bottom. Okay, well that's close. Wait, it's not that close. That should be simple though, right? We want to move Those are definitely not right. There are these. Bottom. It works for single line, but not for multi-line. Multi-line is moving it way too much. -1. Plus. I don't think it's plus. Top, bottom. Oh, that's actually kind of close. That's closer. Minus that much. Okay, so top, bottom, yes. Come over here, we put in G, Y, J. Those all come down to the bottom. Nothing needs to realign. Line spacing. We'll need to talk about line spacing eventually. This is interesting. Oh, I won't accept spaces. I don't know why. Okay. So you can see how these overlap, the exclamation mark and the Y. This is basically zero line spacing. That's okay. That's fine. So we got top and bottom figured out. Center. I think we just do this then. Top, bottom. That center doesn't quite look right. It's a little bit low. Just a little low. It might be to do with that height there. Top, bottom, center. Here's the thing. We want to know the top that we can sit at. We want to know the bottom that we can sit at. Can we take the halfway line? So this and that add them together. Okay. Let's just completely mess this up. This thing plus this mess all divided by 2. Sounds like it's confusing. It's probably not quite right. Nope. Top, bottom, center. Center, center, center. Okay. Maximum y. So our minimum y is this. Minimum y is this. Plus our maximum y, which is basically this. So why did that not work? I don't have enough parentheses in things. Two. Nope. Bottom. I was closer before with other things. So close. But I gotta get going. I can't stay much longer. We were so close. Take the top. Vertical bottom. Vertical top plus the vertical bottom. X, Y, min, Y. Line counts times. Yes. Center. Backwards. Is that the only difference? Nope, definitely not right. Top, bottom, center. Is it just me? Yep. That was not the answer. Number of lines times the actual height of the lines. Okay, well, let's just add some notes then and call it good. Mostly working. The V center isn't right yet. Even looked at. Oh, actually, that's a good question. How does left, right, center, right look? Okay. This real quick. This is closer than the other one. Yeah, sure. Save the journal. Okay. So this did what I thought it would do. Top, bottom. Yeah, center is off. It's okay. We'll figure this out. Sure. H center hasn't been touched. These changes will need to be applied to multicolor text and the cursor positioning text and text edit. Save as it gets, as it add. It's started multi-line text updates. See journal or open. There we go. Oh, I'm gonna have to call it good there. I got places to go. Ingrid Gecko, how's it going? We were just doing some multi-line text finally, changing how we lay that stuff out. Good to see you back. I'm trying to get it wrapped up. I've got things to do today. Got places to go. Unfortunately. Oh, lovely. Yeah. I've been getting by for so long on one-line text. It definitely simplifies your layout algorithms, centering, verticals. But yeah, I've got to get it go on. Tomorrow we will hopefully finish up the multi-line text. We've got a couple other text items built up that we need to work through that will make our tooltips, and we'll do having our about window finally actually tell about the program. We'll probably have what else? Oh, high scores. High scores probably need a multi-line text. So yeah, working our way through it. It's a lot of fun when you have to get down into the very lowest levels. Yeah, thanks for popping in. I got to get going, so I'm signing off. Thanks for coming. Thanks for chatting. Always appreciate the visits and the chats and questions. And yeah, have a good day.